Hello? Can you guys can you hear me? I think 10 people are there.
Yes, so I can hear you.
Okay.
Online students, are we audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Shraddha, can you give a confirmation? Are we audible, Shraddha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, great.
You can download it.
What happened? I have taken some that does not work on the laptop also.
Is it? This is old because it's not today. I
It's 5.4 is the older version.
older version. So the 2 is to हाँ. You can switch off it actually. Hey guys, can you confirm me if you are able to hear me?
Yes, so I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see my screen as well?
So,
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. बैक साइड का करो हाँ ठीक है it's on. Okay. Yeah, I am Dr. Desai. I have 20 plus years of experience in different fields. Like from I started as a, in college lecturer in '96. Then I moved to United Nations for several work. After completion of my doctorate, then I moved to corporate. I'm into corporate work as a delivery manager and all. Well, I'm into big data since 2014. And, today, you know that a lot of very latest tools are there, like Azure Databricks and all, which I do deal with those things. And why I'm asking you that why do you know computer is that because that this is a very basic which we are going to teach. I mean basic in the sense this is a must. It's very important. But I wanted to bring from that particular background. Okay. Just quickly let me tell you, ask you that what is software? What do you understand about software? That's what I'm starting with the basic. Sorry. Perform certain operations. Okay. Any idea? Software. We say that I'm learning software. I'm going
a
to write a
software, it's they're basically programs or other operating
Yeah.
information
1 minute. Huh?
used by a computer.
Coming in, please.
The programs and other operating information used by a computer.
Okay. Yeah, software, as I said rightly, we can divide software is a collection of programs. Okay, it's a collection of programs. Now, when you talk about a program, it's a collection of instructions which can be perform certain tasks. Which can perform certain tasks. So I write a program for anything, right? Suppose I want to write a program for multiplication of two numbers. What I do, I take x value, I take y value, then I'll have one more variable, okay, c equal to a plus b, print something. So this I write a set of instructions here. Okay, set of instruction, okay, is called a program. Like this, we have so many programs. Okay, that's we call it as a software. Now, when you say a software can be divided into two types. Okay, software is divided into two types. One is an application software, other one is a system software. Okay, application software, I think you can see so many software which is used certain task only. Like example, Tally. Okay, Tally does not used for scientific purpose, right? Tally is used for doing some accounting purpose. Reservation system, if you take it, that also what we do, it is used for a reservation purpose, not for doing medical shop and all this. That's for a specific task we perform it. That's called what an application software. Other kind of software, what I call it is a system software. Okay, so system software in the sense the software which controls system, the software which controls computer. Okay, the software which controls a system. System includes CPU. Okay, maybe including memory, CPU, disk. Okay, so it controls everything. That's called a system software. So what it controls, I think basic information is an operating system. Okay, operating system controls everything, right? So operating system, how do you define operating system now? Operating system is a system software which controls the software system. Are you clear? Now, when it comes to an operating system, when you go back, I think 1960s and all, there was an operating system called, say, QDOS. QDOS, quick and dirty operating system. It's called a quick and dirty operating system. It was also called a single user operating system. When I say single user operating system, only one user can perform. Not like I have a server here, you people can work and access this server. No, only one, like a standalone machine. Okay, it was a, when that QDOS was being bought by Microsoft, then it was called a micro software disk operating system. It was called a DOS, disk operating system. When the disk operating system was bought by Microsoft, then it's called an MS-DOS. You believe it or not, in 90s and all, we used to have a software in floppy drive. I don't know how many of you have seen floppy drive as such. So 1.44 floppy drive we had. Then we had a 3.5 floppy drive we had. Then CD came into picture. Okay. Now even USB has gone. Okay. So nothing, it's a lot of changes in the technology as such. That time, even you believe it or not, we used to have a machine of a PC. Okay. That's called a personal computer. When you say personal computer, hardly we used to have maybe a 1 MB RAM. Hardly. That's a big. 1 MB RAM was a big for us. Right. Today, you know that 1 MB is nothing. We used to have a terabytes of today. And disk was hardly 80 GB, 80 MB disk or 100 MB disk, not more than that. GB we never heard also that time. Right, we used to carry operating system literally on the disk. We used to put into that floppy drive, lock it. Okay, then we used to boot the system, and that operating system when it boots, okay, so it is available. One prompt is be there, and we used to perform a task, like whatever task we want to perform. Right. So since it was a single user operating system, obviously suppose if there are hundreds of files are there. Simple example, if I type a simple command like a dir, if there is a one dir command. Okay, dir means disk inspection report. Dir stands for disk inspection report. Now I want to know how many files are in my drive. Okay, it's just simply dir. Dir again we have so many options like dir/p, p for per page. Okay, /w means width. Okay, we see all files in width, and otherwise per page 20 files used to display. If I have hundred thousands of files, I keep on press and see all files. That time only one CPU, only one user is going to interact with the system. Obviously, you know that users are started increasing gradually. Okay, then there was a concept called multi-user operating system. Okay, so when it is a multi-user operating system, the first multi-user operating system was Unix. Okay, earlier we used to work with the all software like a COBOL. COBOL you might have heard, Common Oriented Business Language, and we had a language like BASIC. Okay, BASIC means beginners all-purpose symbolic instruction code. This was a language which we used to use to learn computer. Okay, today we are using C, Java, C++, those so many things are there. But that time, whenever you started your computer career, the first you used to work with the DOS, then we used to work with the, say, BASIC, GW BASIC. Okay, very simple language to learn many things. Then Fortran was the language. Fortran stands for Formula Translator. Okay, which was used exclusively for a scientific purpose. Then we had a Pascal. Pascal was used. Then these all languages like Pascal, Basic, Fortran were used initially for a scientific purpose, not for a business purpose. Okay, then there is a company or organization called Codacell. Okay, who invented or not invented, who developed a software called COBOL. Okay, COBOL means COBOL. COBOL means Common Oriented Business Language. So in this language, it is very powerful. It was very powerful for file handling till today, and it was basically working under mainframe. Okay, it was working with the mainframe only. Even if you go to a railway reservation today, no one has changed the software yet. Still, it is in COBOL, working on mainframe. Okay, so the COBOL was very powerful language. You believe it or not, to write a simple program, just simple task. If I want to perform a simple task, like A plus B equal to C, something. If I want to write this, accept two numbers, add two numbers, display two numbers. Minimum 20 to 30 lines program we used to write. Minimum. And if I compile that program, I used to get thousands errors. Even if a small error, like somewhere else in the top, we used to have a division first. We used to define a divisions. In that, like identification division, environment. In identification division, we have to give a program name. Environment division, we have to give a computer name from which is your source computer, which is your object computer. Then we had a say data division where I have to define all variables. Then we had a procedure division where I have to write each and every process what I want to do. Okay, even if I want a simple like A plus A accept two numbers and display two numbers, all I have to write program. It's very verbose. But who developed a career in that language, so now we can do anything. Because everything we have to write. I have to write, define everything. That's called a procedural language. Today, what happened that any grocery shop, go to just if you want to check it. Go to any grocery shop, buy only two items. which may be costing 10 rupees each. Ask that grocery person what is the bill. If he tells 20 rupees his own, you are great. He is great. He will take calculator. 10 plus 10, 10 into 2, मुझे इतना रस्ट हो गया हमारा. We are totally slave for the technology today. Okay, today everything is ready made for you. Right. Earlier, I know when I was a teacher in college, like master degree and all, MCA, just to take one program only, entire 45 minutes or 1 hour period is over. That whole program I have to write. Everything that's called each and every procedure I have to write. Okay, but today is not the case. Today is totally drag and drop only. You take any software, today drag and drop only. No writing code. No writing. Even if you want to do machine learning, it's ready-made. Even if you go to Azure ML is there. Okay, you need not to even just drag and drop which algorithm you want, what parameters you want to set it, just set it. It develops entire code in Python. Converts whatever you pass parameter for which it developed entire code. You need not to write a code. One way it is danger because we don't know how world goes. Okay, now as I said that COBOL was working under mainframe. Okay, mainframe. I think you might have also heard about Y2K problem. That time, even person who just knows HTML also went to US. Okay, that time. Okay, just if you knows something, just train karo jao bas. That was because Y2K year 2000 problem. Because earlier the year was being maintained only with 2 digits. Okay, 2 digits means okay, it is 80, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. When it becomes 99, when it becomes 2000, only 2 digits are there, it will become a 00. Then it becomes 00. Obviously, suppose if your date of birth is 1960, 1960 and current date is what? 00. Okay, 60 minus 00, you will become minus 40. Okay, that was a big challenge that time, I know. So people wanted something whose data is in 2 digits, want to convert into 4 digits. That time COBOL was supported a lot under mainframe. Okay, so that was a very big hot cake for the people who want to go to US that time. Okay, now coming to that operating system, since DOS was a single user operating system, Unix has come. It's a multi-user operating system. Multi-user operating system. So that only one operating system where multiple people can access same operating system. Okay, for every one time quantum is given. For example, the time quantum is set. Okay, based on world highest type speed, type writing speed. Right. So now operating system is one. You all 6 people are working here, accessing the same operating system. He may be just doing some operations. He may be doing certain operations. Somebody else may be doing certain operations. Okay. So time quantum has to rotate with everyone. When the time is allotted to you, that time you're exclusively accessing that software. It may be milliseconds. Milliseconds with you, milliseconds with him, milliseconds just rotating. Okay, so it may be performing on certain algorithms like pipo, lipo, sjf. Okay, pipo means first in first out. Whichever you people are requesting something, so whichever comes first, complete first, immediately next. Lipo means last in first out, and sjf means shortest job first. All you are submitting task which is small one will get performed first. So that way, so is to time quantum is being set. Now that, as I said, it is an operating system. Okay, Linux is an operating system. Linux has come recently, maybe a 1.5 decade ago, not more than that. Okay, maybe a 2 decade, not more than that. Earlier it was a Unix only, and it was a paid version. It was a paid version, not like a freely available, like an open source. Okay, so this is what when I say that here, when you're discussing about what first we'll discuss about an introduction to Unix, then we'll go to move to Linux, then we'll discuss about what are the Linux commands you need to work. If you go ahead with the big data like HDFS and all, certain commands you are aware, you should aware. Okay, those commands we will be covering here only. Okay, then whatever there are so many commands are there, that commands we can see over here. Then okay. Yeah. Now let us see, first we'll have a very brief background about Unix, then we'll go, because commands are same, whether it's Unix commands or Linux commands are both are same, no change. Now when you see this Unix, you can see that Unix is an operating system developed in 1969 by Bell Laboratories. So Unix, any operating system, obviously, any operating system you take it. It may be a Windows you take it, it may be Linux you take it, DOS take it. It's a mediator between user and computer. But now I want to work something with the computer. Okay, I need some mediator. Okay, so this is an intermediate between hardware and user. So it's in the same way, Unix is an operating system developed in 1969 at Bell Laboratory. Then it acts a link between user and computer. I said Unix is a multi-user system. When you say multi-user system means more than one user can work at a time. More than one user can work at a time. It's also called multitasking. Okay, multitasking means one user can perform multiple tasks. One user can perform. One is this operating system can be performed by multiple user. Multiple user can access same operating system. Definitely, when the multiple users are accessing, obviously different users are performing a different task. And even one user can perform a multiple task also. Okay, so these tasks usually we call it as a, when I want to perform multiple tasks by a single user, we use it as a background processor and foreground processor. Background processors means I will keep it at the end, back end. Back end it is performing the task. My prompt is again free to perform a next task. Okay, so now for example, I want to sort 100,000 records. When I want to sort 100,000 records, when I use a command like a sort something, it will start sorting a command, sorting your data. Until then, if your prompt is not available, you can't do anything. You are busy. Okay, when I give a command like a sort command, when I'm not getting any prompt here, obviously I can't do anything. Okay, but what I said that if I put this particular job at back end and front end, I will get a again prompt back. I can perform a new task. For example, I said if I want to sort 100,000 records, what I do, I just write a command with background processor, okay, which will perform at back end, and front end I have another command I'll do where I can perform a new task. Okay, this is called a foreground process. Background process is running, but foreground process I also get a result here. Okay, so that's why in that angle, user can perform multiple tasks, right? So there are so many Unix versions are there. Okay, today you can see very hardly, okay, in multiple places because Windows has totally replaced. When I say Unix, it was character based. When I say character based, everything I have to write command. Okay, today when the Windows has introduced in 2000 or 2002, 2003, So totally many things has changed. This also, Windows is also multi-operating system, multi-user operating system. If I put a Windows server here, all can access Windows by installing a Windows client. Okay, Windows client, everyone can access it. But the working with Windows, working with Unix is different. Because when I'm working with the Unix here, so this is a Unix server, you all are accessing. But you are all accessing as a dump terminal. You don't have any processor. Any command you submit key comes here only. Okay, that's called a dump terminal, we call it. Okay, I am accessing it. When I'm accessing that Unix, but still your processor is taking place at one place. But when it comes to Windows, it's a multi-user operating system, multitasking, right? So here what happened that you have a window workstation, okay, you have a window server also. So most of the operations you are performing at server side, but that the window client what we have, okay, window client what we have is an intelligent terminal. It's not a dumb terminal. Okay, it's called an intelligent terminal. When I say intelligent terminal, that terminal has both CPU, disk, memory. But when you are working with a dumb terminal, they do not have anything. Neither they have a CPU, nor they have a disk, nor they have a memory. Just connected to through wire, and you have basic like access is there, and you are accessing, writing a command, that command will get access to it, but not through like a Windows server and all. Because you have an intelligent server, intelligent machine where you have CPU, memory, whatever you task you perform, it will get performed and also submitted to here. Right. So as I said, in Unix also there are so many variants are there. But when it comes to an architecture, okay, when it comes to an architecture of any operating system is same. Okay, any operating system is what is same, but file directories and all different, but very high level architecture is same. So here it is where if you look into a Unix operating system, so it is similar to this. Okay, even DOS also same thing. We have a DOS shell, we call it. There also we had a kernel. Okay, and at the end we had a hardware. Okay, so same thing here also. When you are talking about a Unix operating system, so that this architecture is same. Core is what a hardware. Ultimately, we are interacting with the hardware. Okay, ultimately we are interacting with the hardware. We are here at outer layer. User is performing certain task. Okay, when I am performing certain tasks through different applications. Okay, for example, whenever you want to work with the Python, can you install a Python without hardware, without the operating system? You can't. Okay, Python is becoming your application. Okay, for example, database. Okay, now if you want to install a database, you want to work with the database, so that's all part of application which you should have a platform. What is that platform? Maybe a Windows platform, maybe a Linux platform. Okay, so here we are at this level. Maybe a mail servers I have, maybe FTP server I have, maybe a application programs we have, or maybe a DBMS, or maybe any languages and all. Through this, we can interact with the hardware. Okay, through this we can interact with the hardware. For example, if I want to, suppose I have a file. For example, since you people are aware of Python, right?
Yes.
Simple example of Python, you create a variable. Okay, A equal to 10. B equal to 20, something you are creating variable. What is variable? In memory, you are allocating certain space. It means that you are interacting with the hardware. Okay, in memory, on memory, you are allocating certain space here. Okay, like A equal to 10 means value within that location is a 10. Value within that location is 10, but its symbolic name is A. How you are accessing 10 value? Through A. Through A. A is associated with some memory address. Okay, you may be declaring A equal to 10, B equal to 20. A address may be what 1000, B address may be 5000. Memory address I'm talking. Okay, and A and B both are the identical name, or it's also called a symbolic name, within which you have value. That's what a 10. 10, A equal to 10, okay, B equal to 20. 10 and 20 are the values. We have a value, we have a symbolic name, we have an address associated with that location. Address associated with that particular location. So now, if that value get changes at runtime, then it's called a variable. Okay. If value does not change at runtime, then it's called a constant. Okay, you might have heard about constant and variable. Variable means varying. The value which will get changed at runtime, okay, is called a variable. The value does not change at runtime; it's always constant value. That's called a constant. Right. So it means that what I'm doing, if I create a equal to b, means somewhere else I'm interacting through this application. I'm interacting with the hardware. I'm interacting with the hardware. I think in some of the tools like C and all, I can get memory address also. I think in Python also maybe you can through. Do you have any functions, or do you have any way to get the value? Like if you declare a variable of a equal to 10, I want to know the address of a. Okay, do you have any command to get that value? Which one? Maybe there. Okay, maybe there, or very good in, you can get it in C language. C is very powerful tool, okay, for hardware. Okay, C language. Okay, so it means that what I'm trying to say is this is an application through which you are interacting with the hardware. So that is what you are here, this part. This is a Python, you can say DBMS, you can say anything, you can say that. Now you are interacting with where? Hardware. You are interacting with the hardware. In between, you have two important tasks, that's kernel and shell. Kernel and shell. Now coming to a part of shell. Shell is what? Shell is just simply a translator. Shell is just a translator. Whatever command you submit, it translates. It does not take any decision. It does not take any decision. It simply, if you take, say, for example, one command, dir command, it translates into a kernel. What kernel does? It has to fetch a data from the entire disk. Okay, the core part of operating system is kernel. It's very hard of the operating system, I can call it. Anything you take a perform, it will done through the kernel only. Example I will give you. Suppose if you copy a file, okay, copy a.txt and space b.txt. Suppose if the a.txt is not there on your disk, you will get message, right? File not found, something. Okay, so who is giving message? Kernel. It checks whether this file is there or not. If it is there, then it copy. If not there, it has to throw error. Same thing if you try to copy a file but there is no space, you may get a message in memory no enough space. No enough space. So who is giving this message? Again, kernel. It's just a translator, that's all. Whatever command you give through any applications, which will convert, okay, which will translate, and kernel will perform the task. Kernel will perform the task. That's why its kernel is considered to be a core part of entire operating system. Okay. So now if you see, look here, where is this application? It contains commands, database management programs, etc. Anything. Okay, you may write a command. Suppose if you are directly working with operating system, you may write a command only. If you are working through database management system, you may write that respect to software commands. If you are working with any application like a programming language like a Python, again you are writing a command using those syntaxes, right? Communication may be a different way. but ultimately you are communicating. Now, second is what? Middle layer. One of them is considered to be a shell. It interprets the command and calls the program. Okay, it interprets the command and calls the program. What it does, it simply converts like copy. If I'm going to copy a file, copy source file space target file. So it will give you that command back to a kernel. Kernel starts searching from the entire disk. If the file is existed, then it copies. Otherwise, it throws an error that is file not found. So this kind of things you can also do if you in Python also you can write a command for a copy, or in C also you can write an entire program for a copy. Okay, so this way the commands are written already. Any commands you write, okay, these all commands are well defined. Okay, so fortunately that Unix has come to support C language actually. C, you know that C language is there, right? C, C++ and all. In the beginning, Unix has come or introduced to support C language. Unfortunately, 90% of Unix is written in C language. 90% of Unix is written in C language. C is very powerful language, especially for hardware. Very powerful language. Okay. Now, when it comes to a kernel, it interacts with the hardware and known as a heart of the operating system.
So,
hello, yeah.
So we're going to need to learn C language for this part of the course.
Sorry, come again. I didn't. 1 minute.
You said 90% of the programs written in C language. So we have to learn C language for this course?
No. No need to write. No need to know because C language. That is, if you want to work as a what do you say that Unix administrator, then it is required. Okay, certain calls you have to write.
But for data science, it's not required, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, sir.
Okay, C is not at all required. C is not good for even data scientist purpose. Python is very good because they are competing with the R language. We have lot many data science, what do you say that features over there.
Okay, sir.
Data science features are there in Python. Yes, Python can be used, but not C. C is not so good for, data science. It is good for a hardware interaction. Okay. Yeah. So now, as I said, the kernel, it interacts with the hardware and known as a heart of the operating system. And you know that ultimately a hardware, okay, it is the core of the architecture and controlled by the kernel, because your hardware is being maintained or controlled by the kernel only. For example, even if there is no space, it doesn't copy. If there is no space and you are trying to copy a file, it throws an error. There is no space here. Okay, when you try to copy a file, if the source file is existed, then only it copies. It's not like that. Even though file is not there, it copy. It throws an error. So it is totally controlled by kernel. Okay. Now, if you want to go in detail about architecture, like kernel means what, shell means what. Okay, you can just see it is the heart of the operating system. It interacts between hardware and task, such as memory management, task scheduling, file management, all will be taken care by the kernel only. When I say memory management, okay, suppose you may get a message when you try to install something, or if you want to get some data, and you may get a message that memory is full. Okay, you may lose some data. Some message you will get it. That is again that kind of error is thrown through the kernel only. That's what memory management. Task scheduling. When I say task scheduling means that if multi-users are going to send commands for the same operating system, it has to schedule properly. It's not something else. I'll take your command, I'll take this command, I'll take that command and do that. Right? It has to schedule, which maybe following some algorithms. Maybe algorithm, maybe a PIPO, LIPO, SJF. Likewise, there are so many algorithms are there. So it will follow one of the algorithm. As per that algorithm, it will perform. Okay, that file management, deleting file, creating file, okay, viewing file, so it will be taken care by the kernel only. Shell is a utility that processes the request by interpreting the command given by the user and call the program that the user want. Like you want to do anything. Okay, you may copy, you may rename a file, you may copy a file, you may delete a file, you may create a directory, you may do something else. So shell calls an appropriate program. Suppose when I write a command like a copy source file name space target file name, means it completes. First it will take a source file name, okay, then it read each and every file of that source, then start copying into a writing into a next a target file. Okay, so that's all will be just taken care by actually a kernel, but it simply translates. Shell simply it translates, okay, and call the program which is very appropriate for that particular command. It uses a standard syntax for all commands. Like whenever you are going to use any command, it has certain task. I mean syntax. I cannot give like a copy command. Copy target file name and space source file name. No, I cannot do that. There is a syntax. Okay, there should be a source file name, then you have to use a target file name and all. There are different types of shells such as she shell, bourne shell, corn shell. In Unix, these are the three types of shells we had. She shell, bourne shell, and corn shell. So by default, we were using a bourne shell. Default. Otherwise, if I want to do use some C features, C language features, I think in Unix also we write so many programs, like they are called AWS commands we use, sed command we use. Okay, so these commands where we can invoke all C functionalities. We can invoke all C functionalities. For that, you have to have a C shell. Okay, otherwise regularly if you have a bourne shell, you can do all tasks. Is that clear to you all? Yes. Any questions, guys? Online, guys?
No, sir, everything's clear.
Sorry?
No, sir, everything is clear.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is shell, right?
Huh.
So this shell contains in the Linux operating system.
Shell?
Shell is a part of Linux operating system, right?
Yeah.
So what is shell scripting?
Huh?
Shell scripting.
Shell scripting means suppose if you want to do anything you want to do in operating system, it has its own scripting language. Okay. Shell scripting like Python, you use the iteration statements, you use the conditional statements, you use the case statements. In the same way, whenever I want to do anything, okay, like for example, the moment you boot the system, what's supposed to be a default message should be given. Okay, what all other things should be shown. Okay, in that case, you can write a shell program. It's called a shell programming. Shell script. We write a script. Okay, like it's a one programming language, like programming only we use. Like for example, I want to write a batch file, or I want to go write a shell script which copies one by one files. There is no command, individual command to copy one by one file. Right? There is no command to copy. Suppose I have 100 files, and these are all 100 files I want to copy. Maybe different files are there. So I can write a copy source file name, comma target file name. It's a one command, right? But now what I want to do, I want to copy one by one. But rather typing 100 times the same command, what I do, I write a simple script. Okay, I read one by one, I'll copy. That's what I use a looping statement there. Okay, it may be a for loop, while loop, okay, do loop. We use looping statement. Within that loop, so it performs continuously the same command. Okay, that's called a shell script. Okay, we write a script for performing certain shell operations. Okay. So now shell script usually we write in Unix or Linux. It has its own syntax. Okay, and I told you that AWK command. Okay, or sed command, we call it. Sed means stream editor is there, and I mean they're like that. Even so many things are there. So if you go advanced level of that, okay, you write using those features. Using those features, we write a shell script. Otherwise, we have small commands are there. We can work it. We can get the result. Okay. Yeah. Here, commands and utilities. There are over 250 standard commands. Few of them are CP, MV, cat, grep. There are so many commands are there. These commands are usually we can categorize under different categories. Like file commands are there, directory commands are there. Okay, so which are related to directories only. Files are related to files only. Okay, we can categorize in different ways. Okay, so there are so many commands are there. They are called a command, shell commands or utilities you can work. I think over a period we'll work with the commands, each and every commands here. File and directories, all data in Unix is organized into a files, and all files into a directories, and directories are further organized into tree like a structure called a system. Now, whenever I want to write any command, okay, whenever I want to write into any command, obviously what happens that so we have a we come through the root. We come through the root. So maybe a root, maybe having a branch, okay, maybe having a root. Okay, in the root, suppose if I have created a separate file, like maybe a software directory, maybe other files I have created. It means that I can create two folders here. Okay, in this folder, in software folder, maybe Linux. Okay, one folder where I can keep all Linux files. Maybe a Oracle file. Okay, all Oracle files you can keep. Okay, maybe say Python files, all Python programs I can keep. So these are all branches. Okay, so any file, what happens that files and directory. So these are all files, 1 file, 2 file, 3 file. But whereas this is a Oracle or Unix or PG, like Python or software or files, these are all kind of directories. Okay, so what we call in Windows terminology are folders. Directories are similar to folders. Okay, so files and directories are all data in Unix organized into a files. All files are into directories, and directories are further organized into a tree-like structure called a system. Okay, this is about a Unix. Now, when it comes to a Linux part, I think today hardly people uses Unix because it's a paid version. Okay, it's a paid version. Linux is free version. Okay, and they have a lot of changes they have made in Linux, obviously. Lot of changes they have made in Linux, because Linux also comes with a window based, like window you can use. But the architecture, the way it works, 99% both are same. Whether it's a Linux, whether it is a Unix. Because Unix is a paid version. Somebody is there authorized. Somebody is there. When you buy a Unix operating system, if something goes wrong, okay, you can ask those from where you bought it. Linux is not that. Linux is an open source. When it's an open source, when I take this particular Linux is taken care by what is Solaris, Red Hat. They are taking care. They are the distributors. They are not the owner of Linux. They support if something goes wrong, because using open source in any company is risky. Okay, using open source, we don't use open source. Usually we avoid it. We can't. Suppose if something goes wrong with the software or your data, to whom you will catch? It's open source. People keep on updating. Okay, so we take a help from some distributors. One of the distributor is what? Red Hat for Linux. Because I cannot directly take a Linux and start in production. No, I can't use it. Unix I can buy it because I am buying that. I'm not taking it in free of cost. I am buying. When I'm buying, it means their responsibility if something goes wrong with the software. There's an authentication is there because they give everything authenticated. They give a proper user credentials. They give a proper patches and all. Everything they provide you. Okay, it's their responsibility to support you in if something goes wrong. But Linux is not the case. But Linux, you can take this Linux, you can use Linux into your any production with the help of distributors. With the help of what a distributor. Otherwise, if you take download Linux from some net and if you start using into your company, if something goes wrong, you lose everything. Okay. Now let us say what is Linux. Okay, we know that 1969 Unix was developed. Okay, but now Linux was developed in 1991. Okay, Linux is open source. It's an open source operating system. Unix is not an open source operating system. Unix we have to buy. Okay, Unix we have to buy. It is supported by almost every major computer platforms, including x86, Spark, ARM. These are all few system software platform on which Linux can work. Linux can work. If you look into its architecture, as I said, architecture all are same. Even here also same thing here. Core is a hardware. Okay, top of hardware we have a kernel. It's a core of Linux. Then we have shell. Okay, shell what it is? It is used to execute a commands or it interprets your command. Then we have what applications. Okay, so you can use applications to implement your task. Implement your task, and finally you can use some functionalities under utilities. You can use under some functionalities under utilities. Utilities or applications, both are same. Okay, and ultimately you are interacting with the hardware. Hardware, kernel, shell, application, utilities are all part of what your entire Unix or Linux operating system. Right? So now, if you come to Linux architecture, here also there are different types of kernels are there. So these are all few kernels you can see: microkernel, exokernel, hybrid kernel, and monolithical kernel. Okay, different kernels are there, which can be used for a different. As I said last time, that C shell. When do you use C shell? We had a corn shell, bone shell already, but C shell is being used only when we want to use a more C features because it supports with the C compiler. Okay, in the same way here we can also different shells you can use. Kernel, it's the core of Linux based operating system. It interacts with okay, it interacts with the hardware and is responsible for major activities like memory management, process management, interpreter between hardware and processors. So kernel is a core part of this. And there are some system libraries are there. In the operating system, there are some system files are there. Okay, some user files are there. The user files are those users are going to create. Okay, but system files are there already. Okay, which will be supporting for environment. Okay, system library like I think even some system files are there in Python. Also, you import something, right? You import some libraries. Okay, import some libraries are already defined. Libraries are already defined. Suppose whenever you want to use a math functions, you cannot use that way, right? You have to invoke some mathematical libraries, math libraries. In the same way, here also we have some system libraries. It's a system which is used to implement the functionalities of the operating system. Okay, so in Python I said whenever you want to perform mathematical operations, then you have to use a math library. You have to import math libraries. Okay, in the same way here when you are working with the hardware, yes, you have to import certain system libraries also. Okay, shell is there already. We have seen shell. Shell is an interacting between hardware and user and kernel, or application and kernel. It's used to execute commands of the operating system and prevent the complexity of kernel functions by hiding it from the user. Hardware layer, very bottom layer hardware. Actually, that is what we are going to interact with the system. And system utility, it provides the functionalities of operating system to the user. Some OS features are given to the user, like some utilities. Okay, utilities like, for example, I will give one utility like a man. Man is a command here. Man is means if you want to see help. Okay, man is a command. Or for example, you want to see banner is a command, calendar is a command. Some utilities are there. Okay, so those things can be used. But when you want to see the difference between both Linux and Unix, okay, I told you already, Linux is open source, supported by some distributors, but Unix is a paid version. Okay, Linux is a free and can be downloaded from websites, books, and there are few paid versions of Linux. Like when I say paid version of Linux means you have to go through few vendors, like distributors. But Unix is what different pricing is there for different flavors of Unix, and it depends on the type of vendor. What purpose you are going to use Unix? Okay, if I'm going to use for basic purpose, you can use basic purpose. Or no, my organization is too big; it should support for thousands of users. Then you have to buy thousands of user Unix operating. It means Unix operating system you have to buy based on users. How many users you are going to use it? Okay. So Linux is an open source and many programmers can collaborate online. Even you can collaborate. Okay, suppose if you have a certain idea, you can go through Linux entire operating system. If you feel that there is some shortcoming is here, okay, then you can write a program in that particular language. You can give it to Linux. Unix was primarily developed by AT&T. That was where it is developed. And it can be used like a Linux. Linux can be used by everyone from home user developers to a computer enthusiast. Means everyone, small, big, medium organization can use a Linux. Okay, so obviously what happened that Unix was used usually not in a small organization. Okay, where you have more and more users. In the beginning, Unix were used. I know that even in Internet Cafe we were using Unix. Okay, so usually because Unix you have to pay money. That's what you cannot go for a small, like if you go to medical pharmacy, medical shop, and if you are asking, can you use a Unix? No, they said no. It was costly. Okay, they might be using a Windows or something else, but not a Unix because it's a somewhat a paid version here. Now, in case of Linux, Bash, the default shell of Linux is a Bash shell. It also supports for multiple commands and interpreters. Whereas in case of Unix, it's a Bourne shell. Default shell is a Bourne shell. Then if you want other than these two shells, you have to invoke separately. The source is available to the general public because anyone can use the Linux. But the source code is not available to anyone. Suppose if you want to study Linux, you can study entire Linux code and you can rewrite that Linux code also and update it. Okay, so it means that everyone can say contribute. Everyone can contribute who are writing a Linux, but not in case of a Unix. Linux is portable and it booted from USB stick. Okay, Linux is definitely not in a portable. I think we know that we used to carry earlier to install Unix. I used to carry 2 CD, 3 CDs. It will not come in one CD. Okay, so all that way. Now today Linux means is very portable. I can take everything into one small USB. I can use it. The file system supported by file type like X. These are different types of files are supported, both Unix and Linux. Please note that okay, so Linux is an operating system. Instead, it is a kernel. Kernel is the central part of the operating system. Okay, Linux means kernel is very important, which is heart of the operating system. Most of the supercomputers are being Linux based. I think today you can see most of the tools, most of the software is also based on Linux because they are coming with a new more and more features. Okay, there's no harm to use Linux through vendors because when you are using Linux through vendor, means you have to pay money for them. When you are paying money for them, obviously they will take care if something goes wrong. Okay, but Unix is somewhat totally different. You can see a few Linux distributor. Linux distribution is based on a Linux kernel, package management, what all things you need. And Linux users obtain their operating systems by downloading Linux distribution also. If you want, you can download it. It also comes with the GNU, comes with the graphical interface. Linux, you can use even character based also, or it also comes with the graphical based. And there are so many distributors are there in the Linux today. Okay, Linux has totally taken over by Unix. Still Unix is there, but compared to Linux, more usage is by a Linux, not by Unix. Unix was used only by big vendors. And these are different versions you can see. Like you can use a Linux framework through Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, Red Hat, Enterprise Linux. Okay, different flavors of. Suppose if you want to install a big data or Hadoop, you can use straight away Linux or you can use a Ubuntu. Okay, so Ubuntu is a part of Linux only, but it's coming with a different flavor. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you that can we take break?
Guys, here they wanted a break here. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. Come by 1 p.m. Yes.
Or till what time will the class go on?
1.
But what time will the class go on till 2 p.m. or is it going to get extended?
Extended 3 p.m.
Okay, sir.
चाय के लिए नीचे जाना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलते राहुल? क्या बोलते हैं? पास में दो। कौन बोला? मॉक में कौन बोला? 20 मिनट देखो। कौन सा मॉक में? क्या बात कर रहा है? कितने में से था मॉक? मेरे में बताया ना 30 में से था। कैसे मिल गया? क्या केस? भाई पढ़ रहा था ना मैं। अभी 1 का भी देने का है मेरे को। मेरे बात साथ में नहीं 1 का अगर मेरे को अच्छे में मिलेगा तो मैं 1.5 2 में तो आ जाऊंगा उसके बाद।
10 में से 10 में से 4-5 में 20 में से तो है 10 तो 12 के ऊपर की काला नहीं 15 के 15 जाएगा को बोलिए अरे मिल जाएंगे 20 चलेगा हां ना नीचे आ रहा है चलो बड़ा चल रहा है नीचे क्या लोकल में अप्लाई कर रहे हैं देखने मतलब किस टाइप से मैनेजमेंट और उनको वैसे भी वो ये सब काम भी है नहीं है ये है चलो
Yeah. वो नहीं है क्या? हेलो बुलाओ लोग को। केप्ट इन द मॉर्निंग एक्चुअली हीट होता है ना, वो एसी भी चल रही है।
आपको टाइम कैसे होता है? मतलब क्लास में आपको कैसे क्लास?
मैं इन्फॉर्म नहीं, कल मुझको बोला 11 बजे को चालू करेंगे।
नहीं मतलब वीकडेज में या
वीकेंड वीकडेज ऑनलाइन मैनेज कर सकते हैं, ऑनलाइन नॉट ऑफलाइन। You're all working or what? So anyone is working here? मुझको सुबह सुबह नहीं जमता। My office starts at 9:30. Weekdays 9:30 to 5:30. My office is there, but 5:30 I have some swimming classes and all. I have to go to swim there. Morning I have to this one, running and all. I am preparing for Ironman. Ironman has in one go you have to do all three, like swimming, cycling, running. So swimming is 4 kilometer, running is 42 kilometer, cycling is 180 kilometer. So that is one go, around 12 hours. Within 12 hours you have to finish. So that is in I have next year, but I have to prepare for that. So morning I went for 3 hour cycle today, and tomorrow at least 21 kilometer I have to run. So that is there. So that's what at least 7-8 o'clock I can't do. Morning 4:32. That's my running schedule. Is evening I have a swimming schedule. 5 to 6 I go for swimming. So very tight schedule. ये लोग कहाँ गए हैं? अच्छा है।
फोन किया पर
You should come early.
ग्रुप पे मैसेज
I don't have any group.
We are in the group.
Ask them to this one. ये कैसा है वो मुझको भी ठीक लगता है क्योंकि कंप्लीट किया तो ना टॉपिक्स। You all understanding ना?
Yes.
ये हम छोड़कर बहुत दिन हो गया है. Linux में some long back we used to have, but today we are into more of big data. You guys, I'm waiting for people here.
I messaged it.
Okay. There are 8 people here. Siddharth, Sushant, Pranav, Arua. Call everyone. Quick here.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Guys, are you there? Can you confirm me? Siddharth? Pranav?
Yes, sir.
Shreyas, can you confirm me? Shraddha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope no one is coming, right?
Yes, sir. We are having our mocks today.
Okay.
4 times 4. Can we end our session till 2:30?
Sorry?
Can we end our session till 2:30? Only for this session, sir. Because there is ML mocks, sir. Machine learning mocks we have at 4.
It's very difficult here because 3 o'clock will wind up. Okay. Because okay. Okay, guys, let's come back. So we're discussing about we'll take a break. Please come faster because I have to have certain things to be completed. Okay, so here we're discussing about Linux. When you say Linux, you'll buy a Linux straight away from the open source. Okay, suppose if you want to go to some vendors like Red Hat is there one. Okay, I can connect, consult with Red Hat, and I can buy layer Linux software. They will give you all update. They will give you, and also if something goes wrong, they will also support you. Okay, in the same way we have like Ubuntu. These are all different flavors we have. You can buy it. You can. Today what happened that there is no concept of buying software today. Everything we can subscribe. Okay. Earlier we used to buy a software. Today everything is you will get it. That when you go to a cloud, everything pay and use it and pay as you use. So this model is very good for everyone. Okay. So in the same way, you can go for one of this flavor for Linux. So now when it comes to Linux, how it is organized in the when you install Linux. Okay. When it install in Linux means you have some root directory. It is the entry point. In root directory, there are some certain directories are there. In each directory, some specific files are kept. Okay, so let us see how is a root directory. Linux is a directory structure like a tree. Means root, or I can say from the bottom root, maybe a branches, again sub branches, sub branches, sub branches until it goes to tree, leaf. So like these branches are there. The tree is a tiny and cross-platform command line program used to list display the content of the directory. Like you can just see each directory what all file contains. The base of the Linux file is a hierarchy begins with the root. Okay, anything you start, it starts with the root only. Okay, under root you have certain files. When directory arguments are given, tree lists all files found in the given directory. Like for example, in a root directory, okay, suppose in this particular root directory, if I want to see data from this file or from this particular directory or from here, I can just see any files from the any directory by given parameters. These are all few examples you can see that directories. Like slash is a root directory. Okay, slash is a root directory, and these are all subdirectories. Okay, like bin, etc, home, opt, okay, temp file, user, where. Okay, these are all few subdirectories. Each directory has is a specific things, right? So, but anything it begins with the root directory. Okay, now when it is a root directory, how do you know root directory? It is always it begins with a slash. That's what I put it a slash here. Means slash means you want to go anywhere, it starts with a slash. The directory separates is the forward slash. We often abbreviated forward slash or a slash when taking about a directory paths. The root of the file system referred to as a slash. I think we need to go through the PPT. So directly we can use a slash here. In each directory, I said different directories are there, right? The first is a bin directory. Okay, when I go to here, I think this is my folder. This is already Linux is installed on virtual machine. If I double click on terminal, okay, if I double click on terminal here, I can just get this. Okay, now if I see that where I am, okay, print working directory, pwd is a command. Okay, when I see a print working directory, you can correct the print working directory or a present working directory. So now you are in home. Home consists of there is a folder called or there is one more directory called training. Now if you want to see a root directory, I can go to a cd slash. Okay, when I use cd slash, like cd slash, okay, so you can just see here pwd cd, okay, cd slash, then use a pwd. So now where I am here currently, I am into root directory. Okay, in the root directory, what all the files are there? As I said, we have bin, we have opt and all. If you want to see this all files, okay, if you want to see this all files, so you can just simply type l minus l. I will discuss about what is l minus l and all. Okay, so now you can see few files, few directory like bin directory, boot directory, dev directory, etc directory, home directory, lib directory, okay, opt directory. Right, these are all few directories, user directory, variable directories. So each directory has a specific purpose, right? So now when you come back to here, the first is a bin directory. What this bin directory, what for this bin directory is there? All right, so it's a directory where the user will find a binary and executable files. Okay, executable file means already programs are written. Okay, whatever commands you are executing here, okay, when I go to bin cd slash bin, if I go to here, I am in a bin directory. When I say bin directory, what all files are here? So these are all few files you can see. pwd command I just executed. Okay, that command program is also written here. pwd. Okay, this is one program. Okay, whatever commands we execute, all executable commands are stored in this directory. That's called a binary directory. In short, it's called a bin directory. Okay, these are all what a few commands. Okay, so like MV command, I'm going to tell about that MV command. What is ls command? Okay, login command, mail command. Okay, mk command. All commands are executable commands, are kept in the bin directory here. Okay, the programs are written in human readable form, and the source codes are compiled and machine readable binaries. They are called binaries. They are series of 0 to 1. Okay, there may be multiple there. So the commands, programs, and applications that we are sometimes located in /bin. Normally we locate in the /bin. When it goes to a second directory called a etc directory. Okay, so in etc directory you can see here also, when I say go back to enter here, okay, cd/ go back to root. Okay, go back to root. So enter cd ls minus l. So here we have a etc directory. You can see etc directory, right? So in the same way here etc directory is there. What this etc directory consists of? When I want to change etc/etc, sorry, etc. Okay, now I am in a etc directory. If I want to check what all types of files are here, there are so many files are here. What these all files? Okay, these are all configurable files. Okay, these are all what in etc directory there are configuration files. These files controls the operating system and application behavior. For example, if you see, like for example, files in the etc tells the operating system whether to boot into a text or graphical mode. Like when you boot the system, when you start the system, whether it start from the character based or a window based, it decides that kind of programs are being written. It contains all system related configuration files and is nerve center of the computer. It's one type of water. It's like in a human body, we have so many parts, right? Nerve is also one part which will help to circulate your blood. Okay, in the same way, so this is also one of the important part or one of the important directory in which you can configure, okay, the way you want. Okay, example, if you see, I think like sudo. Okay, sudo means whenever you want to make it as a administration rights and all. Okay, and you can see there are so many other commands are there. So these are all what are some configuration files. All configuration files you can do it. Suppose when you want to install Linux and you want to do some configurations. Okay, so these all you can do here only. Okay, these are all set of commands are there. Okay, so kind of commands for configuration files. Third, you can just see here home directory. Okay, we have home directory also here. When you go back to this cd/home. Okay, we have home directory. In home directory, what are things we have? We have one folder. Okay, called training. Like if I want to create my own folders, okay, through home you can create. Okay, user home directory are located in home. If the user account name is data, like for example, you want to keep your own files into different places. Okay, you want to customize. Okay, now I have kept all commands into one directory. I want to keep data in another directory. If I want, like as I said, root directory and home directory. Now I want to keep all software, all data. So this is a customization you are doing. That you can do with the home directory only. Okay, Linux system can have a multiple user accounts. Okay, because of it's a multi-user operating system, so many users can work simultaneously. All users, okay, all users information can be kept. Okay, because every account is one. If I create one user, your directory is separate. If I create one more directory, one more user, my directory is separate, because but that is specific to user. Whatever that that some space is reserved for that user, because you are also accessing files, I am also accessing files, and sometimes you need temporary files to be created, because whenever you are going to work, you need some temporary, because you need a space. You cannot use your space globally. Okay, so that whenever users are created, okay, whenever users are created, some space is reserved for that user only. Okay, so that we can customize it. That is what here home directories allows each user to separate their data in on the system. The data directory will be a subdirectory. Subsidiary directory is a directory that resides in the another directory. Like you can keep, like I can create one directory, within that one more directory and all. So for example, I am in a home directory. In home directory, training is created. Correct. Suppose if I want to create my own directory here, mkdir data. Okay. So it's not a permission is not there. Okay, if I have permission properly, I can create a directory over here. Okay, I can create a, suppose if I go to a training, I hope training I may be having a rights. Okay, I go to a training. So in the training directory, I have some files here, right? In that, if I want to create a directory, let us try it whether I have rights here, mkdir, so data. So I can create a data is my directory. Within that, if I want to go to a data directory, I can go to a data directory. Now where I am here, if you want to check it here, so pwd is present working directory. I am in data directory, which belongs to training directory, that belongs to home directory, that belongs to root, right? So now if I don't have anything at this moment here, ls minus l means I don't have anything. Okay, so within which if I want to create one more directory, mkdir, so my files. Okay, there's one more directory I create, which you can customize the way you want. That is as part of what a home directory. It's all sub. They are all whatever I have created, right? Data, my files. So these are all what are subdirectories. Now opt is another directory we have. Okay, when you go to opt directories are the optional. These are optional directory. That whenever you want to keep any third-party softwares packages and all, so you can keep into opt directory. So softwares not bundled with the operating system will be installed in opt directory. It means that now basic operating system is there. On top of that, if you are going to keep some software, okay, maybe utilities, maybe some additional softwares you may be keeping. So those softwares you can keep in this particular directory, optionally. Keep or may not keep. If required, you can keep. If don't keep it. That's why it's called a optional directory. The directory is reserved for all software and add-on packages which are not the part of a operating system. Okay, any software you want to do, you can keep over here. That's what here also we have. Okay, when I go to here cd slash, okay, I'll go to root. Now I am in a root here. Okay, so you can just see this is a root directory. 1 minute. Okay, so this is a root directory, slash is root directory. If I use a pwd present working directory, now here ls minus l, we have a what is that opt directory here. Okay, here is the opt directory. So reserve space is 4096. If I want to go to slash opt, when I use this, now I am in optional directory. Again, there is no software is kept here. Okay, there is no any add-on packages are kept in the this particular directory. Now, when you're coming back to this another directory, like a temp directory, temporary. Temp means temporary. So these are all basically whenever you are performing certain task, right? Maybe while booting or while performing some task, it requires some space to create some variables. Some variables it may be creating. It requires some space also. So that space is kept in this particular directory. Okay. In the temp directory, temporary space is allocated. Okay. Generally, Linux distribution clear the contents of temp directory during the boot time. Because when I'm booting, whatever the temporary variables are kept, anything you keep is a temporary. Okay. Whenever whenever you boot this operating system, okay, whenever I boot this operating system, automatically, okay, there might be internal program which will get executed to clear all contents within this directory. Okay, it will make it empty. So that while working, if you are creating any temporary variables are allocated in this space. It is to be taken care if the files are in temp, then during the rebooting files are likely to vanish from the system. Okay, that's what. Suppose if you keep by mistake some files in the temp directory, it will vanish when you reboot it. But you should be take as a user, you can copy somewhere else. You can copy somewhere else. Users use temp files to keep files temporarily and not for a long time. Not for a long time. So temporary files are, you can keep temporary files. Like now I'm going to use this particular file only as long as my session is on. When the session is out, I don't need that. Okay, in that case, those kind of files you can keep into the temp directory. Okay, here also we have temp directory. When you go to a cd slash, then I go to tmp temp directory. Okay, here if you just check what all things are there, there are so many things are here. Okay, so some virtual machine related, okay, temporary files are here. Like whenever you boot up your virtual machine, some files are get created. Okay, even because of this virtual machine has Hadoop. Okay, so Hadoop is also installed here. So all Hadoop related temporary files are also get created and automatically get vanished when you reboot it. In the same way, you can just go to where directory variables. In where directory, variable data such as log files are present. Okay, where is a directory in which, like when you are running Linux, backend log files are also get created because it's a server. Okay, log files are get created. So log files are get created temporarily again in the where directory. Okay, so where log directory contains log generated by the operating system and other applications. Okay, when you are working with a Linux operating system, obviously temporary file logs are created. Okay, those logs are being stored into this particular file. The where directory contains the data that is changed when the system is running normally. If you want, suppose if something goes wrong with your system, suddenly crash हो गया आपका system. When the crash होने के बाद, I want to know recover it. Okay, if you are an administrator, if you have a knowledge on Unix scripting and all, you can go through that log file and understand what is the cause for, okay, broken down. Okay, so that all you can just through the log file is very, very important. Okay, if something goes wrong with the system, that time you need this log file. Okay, so here also what you can say, if you go to a where directory, I can just go back to a root directory. In this root directory, what is that file? What's the file here? Where directory. Okay, you can just slash where. Okay, you can just see here ls minus l. There are some directories are here. Okay, so directories are over here. So this is what each directory they kept it as a separate purpose. Variables, whenever variables are get created temporarily, it occupies a temp space. Whenever user directory is also there, one more. Okay, user USR directory. It's called an USR directory. So all users information is kept over there. Okay, for example, here cd slash and cd users. USR is there. CD user, okay, so that in this particular directory all users information is kept. All user information is kept here. So there is a one user. I think anything is there, no user is not given. So user information, like you, whenever you create a temporary users and all, user has a specific place to create his own or her own directories and all. In the user directory, usually permissions are given to everyone. So now coming to this, whenever I'm going to create a user, when I'm creating a user, I may be some user. Okay, root user is there. It means that I am an administrator, root user, and I can create one group here, group of 31. Okay, batch 31. Okay, batch 31 is a group. I am creating batch 31. I am the owner. Batch is a group. Within that group, you are all users. You are also accessing, you are also, I think, whatever the drive you are accessing, right? Okay. One drive is there. Somebody has created that drive. He is the owner. Okay. And he has given access to other users also to access any files from that particular drive. Okay. You are that user. He can revoke or she can revoke those privileges and all. Right. Agar if you are given permission, you can also create one more user, provided if you have permission. I am the super user. I have created a one group. Okay, that group privileges are there. This group privileges are inherits to every users here. Okay, whatever that authority given to that group is applicable to all users. Okay, that's a group level we are given. But within that group, there is a member. There is a member. I can give out of 6 members, out of 7 members, I can give some extra rights to user 1. He or she has all privileges plus some additional privileges. I may not be given some additional privileges to other users. Okay, so that way here we can make a groups also. I can create a user, I can create a group. Okay, whenever file is get created, suppose you are the third user, I am the super user, I have created a group, and group has a member has created one file. When the group member has created one file, here hierarchy is what? A group member, then owner. Okay, now he is the owner, can give privileges to group or owner also, or revoke also. Okay, owner, user, okay, and any other users. Owner, group, users, I can call it. Owner, group, and users. For everyone, we can decide what kind of privileges are given to everyone. Okay, so provided if I have a rights, I can do that, right? For example, so for that we work with the commands. We work with the so many commands here. Commands are many because we have to know that. Now there are those are all called what a Linux commands we can call it, a Unix commands we can call it. There are plenty of commands are there. Plenty of commands are there. But as a data scientist or as a data analyst, you don't need all. You need a basic things. Like when I start a Hadoop commands are depending on this only. Suppose if I want to copy a file, I will ask definitely, do you know Unix? Okay, you can easily relate with this. Okay, so there are so many commands are there. Let us see a few commands. Okay, I'll give that one exercise to you. So not exercise, the set of commands are there. This will be given to you, right? All this material.
Yes, so it's on the EMS system.
Sorry?
It's on the EMS system.
Okay, there may be EMS system is there. LMS system you may be accessing. This is all. Okay, let us see some commands here. Okay, now I know that PWD command already you have seen. Means where you are. Where you are, if you want to see, we use a PWD. Present working directory. Present working directory we can call it, or print working directory also we can call it. Present working directory or print working directory. For example, now where I am, if I want to see, I can use a PWD. When I use a PWD, it will see that /user. I am in the root directory. Slash means root. I am in the root. The root has one directory, subdirectory called USR. I am within that. I am within that. That indicates. So now wherever you want to change, you can change it. Suppose if I want to cd / means I am changing. Okay, I am changing. If I want to see here PWD, I am in the root. I am in the root. In the root directory, we have so many files. Okay, you can see ls-l. Let me come back to here, complete here itself. ls. ls stands for a list structure. Okay, list structure. You can see list out all files. Okay, now if you want to know help of any command, very simple. I will tell you there is a command called man. Man, I want to know what is PWD. Right now, I told you what is PWD, you know. But if you want to understand what is PWD, if you want to know the help, you can say this man help name. PWD print name of the current or working directory. Synapses is a PWD. We can use the word PWD. And there are so many options are here. Okay, there are so many options. PWD is one command. There are so many options are there. Okay, if you use -L, okay, if you use -P, minus with help, versions, author who has written this, written by Jim Merling. Okay, reporting bugs. What are the proper accessible errors are there? About help of that command. Help of that command, it will be there. So now it will be, you can see here, that is colon. It means you can enter here, it will continue. Okay, now if you want to come out, just type Q. Okay, will come out of that help. Okay, man is a command for a help. Now coming back to this ls command. Okay, ls means what? A list structure. List structure. There are so many options are there. Ls. I don't want to give each and every options here. Okay. Now if I want to see here man ls, there are so many options you can see here. Ls means like it's this is an, I think if you know DOS, there is a dir command. Disk inspection report I said in the morning. Okay, like you can list out all files. So here also ls command we use. Ls has so many options. Ls -a means all files you can see, including directories. Okay, ls minus uppercase a, ls minus author, ls minus b, ls minus c, b, c. Okay, like this, so many options are here. Okay, so many options are here. Right. So you don't need to go through each and every option. You are not a system administrator here. Right. So simple, I will tell you ls minus l. Simple one command I will tell you. ls minus l. L means long. ls means list structure. I am seeing all files in a long format. Longer format. When I type here ls minus l, I can see all files. Okay. If there are so many files, we can see one by one. Right. So now one by one, now I'll go to a simple directory like home here /home. Okay, in the home type, let me see ls minus l. There is a folder called training. I can create my own folder also. Okay, so in order to create a folder or a directory, here we call it as a directory. In Windows we call it as a folder. Okay, if I want to create my own directory, what I do that mkdir. mkdir means make directory. Make a directory. If I use mkdir my files, I'll just taking one folder called my files I want to create. Enter here. Okay, permission is required. I don't have permissions. Okay, I'll go to a training here first. In training, I have permissions. Training. Sorry, ls minus l. Training is a cd / okay home / training. Enter. Okay, so here when I say here ls minus l, so you have so many files. Okay, there is a data file also which I have created. Okay, this is a data file. Or if I want to create one more file, I can use I can create a directory mkdir my files. I'm keeping one separate folder. Okay, when I use ls minus l, you can see, sorry, cd my files. Okay, I think I'm not typing here. The moment I type, I know there is a folder my, tab you enter. The moment you tab enter, it automatically my whatever file is there, it automatically displays. Okay, no need to type each and everything. I suppose if I know that my files is there, I type my, I need not to type once again all things. What I do, I know that I am using this my, I just type a tab. Okay, if it is there, automatically all related things will come. Like my, whatever file starts with my will start. You can just see. Now here I'm here only. Now when I see this, I can use ls minus l. Okay, you don't have any files in the my files. You don't have any files in the my files directory. My files directory. I can go back. Okay, when I'm going to go back here, I use a cd. CD stands for change directory. CD stands for what? Change directory. If I use CD dot dot, CD dot dot means it goes to its parent directory. Now I am in my file. So what is its parent directory? Parent directory is a home. Home is its parent directory. Now if I want to go back to its previous directory, CD dot dot, I can use it. Just check where you are. PWD, I am in the training. Not home. Home is its parent directory. Okay, immediate parent directory is training. Okay, for if I go to my file, CD, my files, okay, my files, my CD, my files is a grandchild. Okay, grandchild. उसका father कौन है? Parent है? Training. I'll go to training directory. उसका father कौन है? Home. CD dot dot. Okay, so CD dot dot goes to its parent directory, I can call it, or we can put it as a CD directory. It goes to previous directory. It goes to a previous directory, right? So now I can, if I use a CD slash, wherever I am, irrespective of in which grandchild I am, I can come back to root directly. Okay, for example, CD, for example, what is this? Home. Okay, within that home, I know that there is a file called my files. No, training. Within that training, I have my files. Directly, I can go to CD and give a path. You will directly go to that particular folder. Right. So now where I am here, PWD, I am in the very grandchild folder, my files. Right. So now if I want to go back to directly home, I mean root, CD slash. CD slash means slash itself is a root. Okay, when I want to go back to root directly, I can go to directly a root directory using a CD slash. Otherwise, CD dot dot, CD dot dot, CD dot dot, you can use it. Or another way I can use a, like for example, CD home, then slash training slash my files. Right. Now I want to go to home directly. I don't want to go to root. I want to go to home only. In that case, I can use what? CD slash homes. So what is that? Home. I can directly go to home directory. Give that name. Specifically, you can give that name. You go to that directory. And you are other, because this home is a part of root. Right. Home is part of root, you can go to. Otherwise, if you are from my files, if you want to go to training or some other directory, you can use a specific path. Okay, you can give a specific path, CD slash whatever, wherever you want to go. Okay, suppose I said there is a user directory, right? From here itself, I can go to, even though I am in training. Okay, I am in my files. Okay, I am in my files, right? Now I want to go to user directory. Sorry, CD slash home slash training slash my files. Okay, now I'm in one directory, but I want to go to user directory directly. I can directly use CD slash means root. Root has a user directory. I can change here directly. I'll go to directly from here to directly user directory. Means what I want to do, you can give a absolute path. Within user, if you have one more directory, if you want to go to that, you can use a CD slash user slash that directory. That exact path you are giving, that it takes you directly to that particular directory. So that's what a CD dot dot, which goes to previous directory, CD forward slash, which goes to a root directory, or if you want to go to any specific directory, you can use a CD and give an exact path or absolute path that goes to that particular directory. Is that clear to you all? Yes. Online guys, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm not going into as per that. I may this you find somewhere else. That's what I'm just giving this.
So for our next class, do we install any programs or anything?
Sorry, come again.
For our next class in Hadoop, do
Mm-hmm.
we install any programs or software?
I think this is what I have shared. They are showing here. The same thing is given to a team here. Okay, so I think they have kept in OneDrive that you can access it.
I'm sorry, so I didn't understand.
See that whatever I am showing this particular here, this is what I am showing, right? The same.
Yes, sir.
There is a virtual machine.
Okay.
This is a virtual machine which has a Linux, which has a Hadoop, which has even Spark also. Pig, Hive, everything is there. So this I have kept here. I have given to that here some of your friends, and they have kept in Drive. I think what is that? OneDrive, right? So Google Drive. You can take that. I'll tell you how to start this machine. I'll just show you how to start this machine so that you can start it. Not a problem.
Could someone share with the Google Drive on WhatsApp right now on the group?
Can you share in WhatsApp or whatever?
Yeah, we have to upload it to that.
It is yet to upload.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now is it clear to you all?
Yes, sir.
So now going back to this, here I am going to user, or I'll go to wherever I'm going to create, right? Slash home slash training slash okay my files. Okay, these are files I have created. Now when I use this ls minus l, nothing issue because no files are kept here. No files are kept here. Now if I want to create a file, or before creating a file, if I want to go back to training, okay, if I go back to a training is a directory. Within this training, what is this here? ls minus l, there are set of files here, like my files is one, and there's a one more file called a data, right? So I'll go to a data directory. In data directory, you can just see what are the files. The data I have created, right? Achha, I have created a data, not a problem. I'll go to training material. Okay, training material folder. In this training material folder, you can just see some data. Data is here. In this data, I'll go to a data directory. Okay, so you can just see ls minus l. Okay, ls minus l means you are listing out all files in long format, and these are the files. Okay, you can see a .txt, kb is there. So many things are here. So how do you identify this is a file or a directory? Okay, I think in the beginning when you use the ls minus l, ls stands for a list structure. I am listing out all files in long format. Listing out all files in long format. So now let me explain this. The first indicates, okay, the first character of this indicates a type of file. Type. Okay, type in the sense whether it's a D stands for directory. If it is no D, then it's a file. Okay, so D means it's a direct activation is a directory, whereas base underscore stations.tsv is a file because this is just a hyphen. Right. Suppose if I create my own directory here, okay, like what is the command to create a directory? Sorry, mkdir. Okay, mkdir. If I use my data is a directory. My data is a directory. If I create, and if I see this ls minus l, my data you can just see here. So this is a directory. This is a directory. Okay, the first character indicates type, whether it's a type of file or a directory. Now next 9 characters. Okay, you can see the next 9 characters. So these are all permissions. These are all permissions. Okay. So here permissions are 3: read, write, and execute. You can read a file, you can modify the file, or you can execute the file. RWX stands for read, write, and execute. Read, write, and execute. So here you can see some of them are having a read, write, execute. Read hyphen X. Read hyphen X is there, correct? So it means that here there are 3 groups: owner, user, and others. Owner, group, and others. Others means users. So these are the 3 users are here. For these 3 users, these different rights are there. Right. So here, my data, okay. So when I'm creating this my data, everyone, okay, owner has a read permission, write permission, execute permission, who has created. Group also has what? Read permission, write permission, execute permission. Others, other users, I have given only read permission and execute permission, not write permission. They can't do any changes. Permission is restricted to add any files in that. Okay, I think in some places you have seen, right? Training, when I'm trying to create a folder, permission denied. It means that I do not have a privileges to do that. Okay, I should have a privilege to do that, like a write permissions. Okay, now if I want to give a privilege to that everyone, equal privileges, I can do that also. I can do that. Okay, in that case, say the okay. So let me come back to that. So here, read, write, execute. Read, write, execute. Read hyphen means no. No permissions. X means execute permission. R means read permissions. Right? W means write permissions. Now this is a links. Okay, this is a link. Limits, where all it is created. How many links are there? Then this is a folder. Okay, folder size when it is created and time. When it's created and time. So this is what you have this information. Now, suppose if you want to create a file, or let us take an example, the one file which is already there. Like I'll go to one file called static data. Is a directory. I go to that file. Okay. CD slash. I'll go back to CD dot. Okay. Then CD. What is that? Static data, right? Static. CD. Let me see where I am. Okay, training material. In the training material, I have ls minus l. Oh, sorry, data is there. Okay, CD data. And L, if I go within that data, if I want to go to a static data, I think there is, yeah, static data. If I use some files, there are some files here and some directories are also there. Let us take this in a one file. Okay, and this is what all are having some kind of a privileges. Owner has a read write, no execute permission. Group has only read permissions. Others have only read permissions. Others have only read permissions. So in this case, if I want to change these privileges, okay, I can do it. Okay. In that case, I can use a ch mode is a command. Change mode. Okay. Ch mode is a command which you can use to change the permissions. To change the permission. For example, I can create one simple file. I'll come back to here, my file. Okay, my files, my file.txt. Okay, and I'll just type this is escape I. This is a file. Okay, this is a testing file. Escape. Skip. I'll tell you why I'm using an editor here. I'll show that. So here you can see my file ls minus l. ls minus l has my file which I have just now I have created. You can see the privileges here. Okay, owner has a read write permission, group has a read write permissions, others has only read permissions. Now if I want to change privileges like ch mode, okay, I'll give 000, no permission to anyone. Okay, on which file I can give a my files dot txt. I'm just 00 means no file, no privileges. Okay, when I use this, when I use ls minus l, you can see my file all are having no permissions. Okay, no permissions. Now owner I want to give full permissions. Okay, for owner I want to give a full permission. What is that? Ch mode. First is the owner I said rwx. I'll give permission to him. Okay, rwx I want to give permission to him. Okay, so then what on which file? My file dot txt. Uh, ch mode r on my file dot txt. I can use 777. Okay, on my file. Okay, 77. There are multiple way you can assign a privileges. Okay, there is a symbolic name, and you can also use the octal numbers also. Symbolic name also you can use, octal name also you can use. What is symbolic name? U stands for user, O stands for others. Okay, U stands for user, O stands for others. R stands for read. Okay, W stands for write, X stands for executive. So this is a symbolic name you are using. For each permissions you have a octal numbers. So octal numbers are 4 for write, read 2 for read, 1 for execute. 4 for write, 3 for read, 1 for execute. Total कितना हो गया? 7 हो गया. That's what 7 means. First 7 means 4 plus 3 plus 2. Sorry, 4 plus 2 plus 1. Permissions are read, write, execute permission to him. Again, second 7 is indicated again 4 to 1. 4 to 1 means it means that all permissions are given to everyone. For example, if I use ch mode 444. Okay, on which file? My file dot txt. Here this indicates what? Only write permissions. Write permission to all three. So if I want to see here, okay, so you can my file. Okay, so it's a read permission. So 444 is a read permission. 444 is a read permission. Suppose if I make 333, let us see if we can explore one by one. Sorry, 222. Okay, ls minus l. So what you have? Write permissions. Okay, 2 stands for a write. If I give 111, okay, 1111 means only execute permissions. See here, XXX is there. XX is there. So totally you want to give 7. Or if you want to give only, see, can you tell me, okay, here 3 users are there, I said, owner, user, and others. Okay, owner, users, and others. Now I want to give, right, read and write permission to a first user, and others I want to give only read permissions. How do you give? How do you give a command? Ch first user. What I want to do? How? What is that? I want to go read and write permissions. What is that number? 644. On which file? My file dot txt. ls minus l. Here, first user has a read and write permissions. Other has only read permissions here. Okay. So now, as I say, this is what you are using a octal numbers. Okay. Otherwise, you can use a symbolic name also. What is that symbolic name? Say ch mode. Okay. Ch mode a plus u. Okay. 777. My files. My file dot txt. No. O plus O means others. RWX. Okay. O means others. For the others, what permissions I'm adding? RWX. Read, write, and execute permission. If you use here my files RWX. Okay. So first what is that? I can also do a means if I use G is a group. Okay, we have a G here. G means group. It means that for group, again I'm giving you RWX permissions. Okay, I'm giving RWX permissions. I can use ls minus l. You can see my files here. Here, my files. Earlier, to whom I have given? I have given group also. I have given others also. O I have used. No? U. What I have used? So I use command, right? U. U plus something I use. G plus something I use. Na? G is a group. U is a user. O is others. To whom you want to add permissions, use that particular symbolic name. I want to add only for group G plus whatever permissions you want to add, or I want to add a permission for others O plus you can use, or if I want to add for this one users U plus RWX you can use. Means for that particular user, what type of permissions you are giving. This is using a symbolic name. Octal numbers, you know that. You want to give only read permission for everyone? Only read permissions. Okay, 444 CH mode, 444 file name. If I want to give all permission to everyone, 7777. So 4 plus 2 plus 1. So this is a two way you can give a permission to different users on a given file. And you know that the first directory indicates as a what? D or say Hyphen means file, D means a directory. Okay. Any questions? Yeah. Now coming back to this, these are all normally we start a basic, but here the in training material it is there at the end. Okay, somewhere else it is there. But I started with the normally we start in the beginning one, so that at least understand user group and all. Okay, now we know that PWD means present working directory or print working directory. LS command also we have seen. Okay, list. Okay, ls command is used to know the files in the directory and directories here. That all we have seen. Then we have also seen about mkdir, making directory. Okay, one more command is there, rmdir, mkdir, rmdir. Rm means remove, mk means make. Okay, mk means make, rmdir means remove directory. For example, if I want to remove a directory, for example, now my file is a file. Okay, there are two things. One is you can remove a directory, you can remove files. But while removing directory, make sure that that directory is empty. Okay, without the full directory, if any files are there in the directory, you can't remove that directory. For example, data. What is that? In data, let me just ls minus l. So my file is there, right? If I want to remove files, rm files. Okay, rm means remove files. rmr is also one command. Okay, recursively. If any files are same files are there, you can remove that one. rmr, or if I want to remove specific file, my file .txt. Okay, rm my file. No, the file is not yet deleted, right? Txt. Okay, it will ask for confirmation. Do you want to delete? If I want to delete, if you just yes, you can use it deleted. ls minus l if you use, there is no rmdir. Same thing if I want to create a directory, what is the command? To create a directory? mkdir. Okay, my dir I will create. Let us take my dir is the name of the directory. I have created. Okay, if I want to list out this file, mk my dir is a directory. Now, if I want to remove a directory, what is the command? rmdir. Rm, only rm and file name, it removes the file, and rmdir, it removes directory. Rmdir, say, and I told you that whenever you want to remove a directory, make sure that directory do not have any files. Okay, you can use my dir, so I can remove that directory also. Okay, if any file is there, okay, you can't delete. Okay, let me show you that also. Let me create one more directory, mkdir. Okay, my dir I created. Then I create one simple file. Okay, I'll just sample file I will create. Very sample file, cat, like a file. Okay, control D. If I use ls minus l, there is a file here. Okay, file is created where? I think where I am in the rm, sorry, data only it is created. I should go to my dir. Okay, create file, cat. Okay, my file .txt. Just I will type something. I will just create a file here. Control C, ls minus l. Okay, my file is there. One file is a simple file. I will go to back to previous directory. Okay, when I go to previous directory, my dir is there. Okay, ls minus l, my dir is there. Now I try to delete this my dir. my dir. What is that? Rm dir my dir. It doesn't delete. Reason? It's not an empty. Okay, it's not an empty. So I have to go to first my dir, then check out any files are here. If there is a file, then I can use first rm my file dot txt. Yes. Now I have deleted. Second, when you are removing a directory, you should not within that directory. You should out of the directory. Agar if I am in this home and if I try to demolish this home, what happens that it will throw on me. Okay, so I should first out. So first I have to come out of this home. That what cd dot dot then rm dir my dir. Okay, it should be out of the directory. Okay, so now we know that how to make a directory, how to list out files, how to remove directory, how to remove files. Okay, how to change rights also, permissions also, right? Now rm is like rm minus r. Okay, so here rm command is used to delete a directory as well as files. Just simple rm, but rm dir is there. Okay, now rm minus r command only directory will be deleted. If we use rm minus r command, only directory will be deleted. If you want to delete any directory, you can use okay, so you can use that particular directory. Now there's a one more command called a touch. Okay, so now touch you can use to create a file. And just now I have created one file in through two ways. I have created one file. Okay, one I have used a cat command. Basically, cat is used to see the contents of the file. Okay, for example, if I use this cat command here, like let us see first how many files are here. ls minus l, right? So there is a file I have created, right? Or I want to see what is in this file. I want to see what is in this file. What I use at cat, okay, readme dot static data dot txt. I want to see the contents of this file. Enter here. So this folder contains static copies of processed data for use. Something this information is there here. Okay, cat command is used to see the contents of the file. Now I showed you how to create a file here. Cat greater than file name I used. Okay, so here when I use a file name here, new file. Okay, when I use a new file here, if I type, because there is no content here, cat, I don't have any parameter here. Previously what happened, I have given a parameter cat file name. File name is a parameter. For cat function or for cat command, I am giving you one parameter called a file name. So now I have not any parameter here. So what it means that it takes standard output device as a parameter. Standard input device and standard output device are two things. Okay. So in the previous case, what happened that cat and file name I used, it display the content. Means it display the content where this content is being sent. Standard output device called a monitor. Okay, cat file name, it display the contents of the file, but this output has to somewhere else it has to hold. Buffer is there, right? Memory buffers are there. That is a standard output device. It sends the output to a standard output device called a monitor. Monitor has also kind of a storage, temporary storage, because अगर data इधर दिख रहा है तो कहाँ से तो somewhere else it is there ना. Okay, it means very cache is there. Okay, temporary storage is there. Now when I use a cat file name means it display the contents and send to a standard output device. Now here what I am doing, cat, I don't have any parameter here, and greater than file name. Means that since I don't have anything, so whatever you type will become an input for the standard input device, and that output you are sending to a new file. Okay, so here whatever I type here, so you are sending it. Okay, to save this file, control D or C, control C. Okay, here new file, ls minus l, new file get created. Okay, so if I use a cat new file, because this display the contents and send the output to a standard output device. This is a standard output device. This is output. Okay, this is another way to create a file using cat command. Now, before cat command, I am using one operator here, right? Greater than. This operator is called a redirector operator. It redirects. It redirects output to somewhere else, right? Cat file name, okay, it displays the contents and redirects output to a standard output device. Or for example, if you want to redirect this output to some file, you can also redirect that output. That's why we use a greater than. Okay, greater than I can use that. Right. Suppose if I use cat 2 greater than, single greater than and 2 greater than. If I use a 2 greater than and new file and enter, and here this is something I am typing here. Control C. Okay, and enter here. L minus L is there. And I see the contents here. What is that? New file. You have earlier data also. Okay, you have a new data also. Say greater than and 2 greater than. Greater than means only first time it always creates new. If you use a 2 greater than, if the file is already existed, it appends. It appends. Okay, for example, now earlier I have written something and top of that I have written later also, appended this information. If I use a cat greater than a new file, file is already existed, enter. Okay, this is my data. Okay, this is my data. Something if I type here, control C. Okay, if I use this file is there. But if I use a new file, what is that data here? Only 2 line is there. It overwrites. Okay, it overwrites. It means that a single greater than we are using always while creating new file. And for that file, if you want to append additional information, use a 2 greater than. Okay, you take a 2 greater than. That is what we use with the cat command. Right, using cat you can create a new file. Second, you can also create a file through an editor. Like Notepad is there, na? Okay, that's a window editor. That's a window. Notepad is a window editor. Is there. Even in Linux, Unix also, there is one default editor is there called a VI editor. VI, a visual editor, you can call it. VI stands for visual editor. Suppose if I want to create a new file, what I do, I use this particular Notepad. I mean, editor here, VI, okay, my new file. Suppose if I am going to use creating a new file, VI, my new file, enter here. So it comes to editor here. Now you want to make it as a insert mode. I cannot type anything here. Sorry, it takes here. Automatically it goes to insert here. Okay, insert mode is there here. Okay, if you want to change the mode, you can use the escape key. Okay, escape I means it automatically goes to insert mode. Okay, now I can type anything here. Okay, I can type anything here. Escape shift colon. Escape shift colon. It means that you will come to that colon here. Here you can, if you want to save, WQ, write and quit. First you write into that file and then quit. Okay. So if I use this, WQ automatically writes and quit. Now, if you want to see again, open that file, my new file dot txt. This is a file. Again, if you don't want to save anything, you have typed something you don't want to save anything. Q, quit. Q explanatory mark means without save. You are quitting from the editor without saving anything. Without saying, so this is also another. Normally, whenever you want to write a shell script, we use this editor because I have to write an entire program, right? At least 10 lines, 20 lines program I have to write, for which I have to use this editor. So now in the same way, we have a what a touch command is also one example. Same as a cat. Okay. So I can use a touch here. I can use a touch. Okay. I think you can say my file dot txt. My file, I think my new file dot txt touch. Okay, that file got created. If you use my ls minus l, my new file got created with 0 bytes. Okay, my new file dot txt. Touch is also another command to create. It does not have anything. If you use a cat, my new file dot txt, if I use I think in the same file I have created or new file, sorry, cat new file. So I think which file I have created? Touch. Just I give you a file 123. Okay, it's created. ls minus l. File 123 is there with 0 bytes because thing is there. Here file 123. So here I can use a cat file 123 because 0 byte, nothing is added there. Okay. So what I'm trying to show here is that there are 3 ways you can create a file. One, cat with a direct operator or redirection operator greater than, or if you want to append to greater than. Second is a visual editor through which you can add a data, create a file, and touch is also another command to create a file here. So there's a touch command we can use. Then if you want to use a man, already we have seen man is used to see the help. Okay. Then we can help is another way to see the help command. Okay. MV. Suppose if you want to rename a file, we know that remove file. We know that creating file. We know removing directory also. Suppose if you want to rename a file, right? So in that case, we use a MV command. Example, if you see here, okay, now I have a cat123 file is there, ls minus l. Okay, there is a file called file123. Now I want to rename as a new file. I use a MV, old file name, file123. Okay, new file 123. I'm renaming from a file 123 into new file 123. Enter here ls minus l. Okay, you can say new file 123. There's a MV command. MV stands for a move. MV stands for a move. Second, there's a one more command called CP. CP stands for copy. Okay. Now I want to copy this file. Whether I can copy within same folder or I can copy it to somewhere else. So we have to give a path. Let me take you an example here. Like you know that there is a new file 123. Okay, I want to copy somewhere else or within this. What I can use? I can use a CP new file 123. This is a source file. Now, where I want to copy, I can copy here / root. For example, in user, I want to copy this file. User, again, what is the file name? I can say same file if I want to copy new file 123. It means that I am copying new file 123 into user directory. Okay, enter. It's copied. Sorry, permission is not there in user directory. Okay, in the permission is not there. Wherever permission is there, or use it is there here, or I can keep here itself. Also not a problem. For example, here itself, my file. It means that when I give cp new file 123 into new file 12345. Okay, in the same folder only I want to create another file. I want to copy into new file 123 into new file 12345. But where I am within the same directory. Okay, if I want to change into any other directory, I can have to use a path properly where I want to copy a file. So if I use here ls minus l, you can say new file 123 is also there. New file 12345 is also there. Means if I don't give any path, it is in the default path. It is in the default path. Otherwise, you can give wherever you want to copy, you can give that particular path. There it copies a file. Any questions here? Are you with me? Yes. Online? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Online, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Do you have any questions? Okay. So this is what a mov command is used to move a file. Right. Locate is another command. Okay. Locate is another command like search. Search is there in normally window. We use a search, find in Notepad and all. In the same way, here a locate command. Like search command in Windows, we use a locate command in Linux to locate a file. Wherever it is there, to here. For example, if I want to locate a file, locate new file. Let me that you can see that a particular directory locate cannot start. Sorry. New file 123. The new file is also there here. Locate cannot stat. Okay, variable yum locate. I think here they may be having a yum located. Yum locate new file. Yum locate is also not there. You can use a command. I think within double quotes. Okay, locate. If you use that particular file, okay, wherever that file is there, it will give here. Locate. Sorry. Somehow it is not working here. Command not found. Locate. The version is different. I don't know what version of they are using. And locate. Locate options. Locate reads one or more data which is prepared by update data and writes the file name matching at least one pattern. So from the database, it's asking locate. Means that's one way. Second, echo command is used to do echoing something. Like print command you use in here na Python. Same way here also you can use the echo command. Echo, if you are going to use now echo a $A. You can see here the value 10, like a print command in Python. Okay, echo is we use. Echo, if you use echo with double quotes, it's a string you are printing. Echo if you are using a $sign and variable name, and you are printing the what is that? You are printing that contents of the variable. Example here a equal to 10, echo $A, is you are printing that value 10. So echo is being used. Cat we have seen. Cat command is used for what purpose? Cat is used to one is but basically cat is used to see the contents of the file, content of the file. And if you are using parameter that greater than and all, that is the one way to create a file. Through cat also you can create a file, but cat purpose is different. Cat is to review a file somebody says, and cat means you can see the contents of the file also. Okay, that's a editor I can say, whatever here VI editor is there na. So VI editor, the once you get a VI editor, so you can just create, type anything you want, and you can create that file also. Yeah. Now one command usually we use in most of the time is a sudo. Okay, sudo is command is basically stands for that super user do. Super user do. For example, as an administrator, like I think I give an example, like in window you write you want to execute some file. Okay, you right click and run as an administrator. Run as an administrator. If you have admin privileges, automatically it takes that administrator privilege and run that file. In the same way here, if you want to run like an administrator, you can run that command with the sudo. Okay. Sudo command stands for a super user do. For administrative or root privileges, use sudo command. Use sudo command, enter the root command line, and then type the user password. Like suppose if you want to give any password and all, so you can give a password also. I think let us take this same command here, sudo. Here we execute most of the things through sudo only. I think if you want to run any command with for example, I want to run a file, shell script. Okay, we use. End आ रहा है ना इधर.
The time period is over. Screen share नहीं होगा.
इधर क्या अभी क्या हो गया पहले? So we can use, if you want to use sudo command for administrative or a root privileges, use sudo. Like suppose if you want to use admin privileges, you want to use a sudo command. Your command begins with a sudo. enter the root command line and then type the user password. Okay, you can use like you can say that when you type this command, like if you want to change the password and all, okay, you can use a sudo password, like sudo password. Okay, changing for the user. Okay, here you can see that passwords who will change usually a administrator. Okay, now if I want to change a password as an administrator, if I want to change a password, so what I do that sudo passwd password. Automatically what it is changing password for user root. If I want to change a password, I can as a administrator I have to enter new password here. Okay, now I don't want to enter new password here. Acha, doesn't take. Control C, type it, come out. Okay, because if I don't change default password. Okay, default password is training. So here what happened that sudo means you are running this password command as a administrator. That's what we use a sudo command. Most of the time we use a sudo command. Okay, so I think this was the, suppose if you want to install any software, okay, you should have privileges. Without privilege you can't do it. Suppose for example there is a command like mlocate is a command. Now you want to install there, so I can use a command like sudo apt, okay, sudo apt install mlocate if I want to install any command, because as an administrator if I want to install I can install over there. So I can use sudo apt and mlocate. If I use this, copy, so clear is there, one more command to clear the screen. CL, suppose you have typed is here, you have so many things you have typed. Now I want to clear the screen. I can use a clear. Clear. Where is that type? Control C. CL here. So clear is there one command which you can use to clear the screen. Okay. So if I have anything here ls minus l, now I want to clear the screen. Clear. Like CLS you use, right? In here also we use a clear the screen. Okay. DF means, suppose if you want to check the availability of your disk, okay, DF command can be used here. Okay, like you can see that these are all different directories. Okay, and what is the usage of that percentage usage you can see, right? Suppose if I want to use a DF here, you can see that is a 1 SDAL DA1 is used 51%. Okay, and 1% is a DAV SHM. 1% of disk is used. Means you want to just check the usage of your disk, so you can use a DF, disk usage. So you can get here file name, file system is this, then blocks, how many blocks are there in this, totally usage used this much block is allowed. Okay, 180,000 18011,464. So 1,801,000 bytes are allowed, but of that we have used only 861,000 bytes. Around 51% only we have used. Okay, so remaining is empty. So usage of your like disk you can see through the df command. Same thing du command. Du command is used to know the disk usage of a file in the system. Du, you can use a du. So you can see that disk, total disk, how much it is used. Each directory. There are so many directories are there here. So each directory uses some amount of disk. This is size. First is a size. Okay, these many bytes are being used in this particular directory. Disk usage. Du stands for du command is used to know the disk usage of file in the system. Okay, zip command is used to zipping your file. Okay, you can compress your file, right? So we use a zip, right? So you can use a zip that, for example, zip file, then data file. You can give whatever the data file name, and you can zip multiple files. I think when you zip, right, you are not zipping one file. You put multiple files and zip it. So same thing here, we can use a zip file, data file, train.csv. So zip file is actually a file name. In window, how do you do zip? In window, you write what is that? You select all files, and right click and zip it, and you can give a name of that file. So here also, what a zip file name. You can give a name of the file, and in which all files you want to add in that, you can add here. Okay. So example, when I go to this, clear. Okay, we don't have anything. I will go to ls minus l. Then I will go to a data. Okay, ls minus l. My, I think this my file is not there. No? ls minus l. Where is the data? Training, na? Training material. Training material. ls minus l. I'll go to a data here. Okay, we have so many files here. Right. So take this one example, the purple cow, and stop words. I want to make it as a one zip. Zip, my zip file, my zip file. File name is what? Purple cow dot txt. Then what I want to do? I want to use one more file. Stop words. Stop words dot txt. Okay. Zip file name, and these two files I want to zip it. Enter. Okay, added these two files into a zip file. Okay, if I want to use here ls minus l, you can see this is my zip file. This zip file has what? These two files. What is that? Purple cow dot txt and stopwords dot txt. If you want to unzip it, you same thing you use unzip also. Okay, same thing we can use unzip. Unzip. Okay, we can have an option here. After zipping the files, we need to extract files. We can use it using a unzip command and name of the file. Now you have zipped as a my file. I can use a unzip. Okay, minus l. Okay, my zip files. I think already these files are there here. It may overwrite. Dot zip. Unzip minus l my zip files dot zip. Enter. So these two files are unzipped. Okay. So these are all self-accumulated, right? You are zipping compressing these two files into one file, and you are unzipping those files also. That's what zip and unzip can also be used as part of this. Okay, uname is another command you are using. The uname command is used to show the information about the system. Okay, uname about like how this system is all about. Okay, if you want to know about this, you can use a uname command. If you want to just see here, clear screen, uname -a. Okay, it's a Linux local host, local domain, so and so this information about the system. You can see uname command. Okay, simply uname command is used to show, okay, show the information about the system. It prints the release date of kernel, processor type, versions, and everything. So you can see here, this is a Linux release date, processor, all other information about that operating system is seen. Okay, APT command is used to work with the different packages in the Linux. Like for example, just now I used the sudo apt. Okay, sudo apt and change the password we use, right? So apt command is used for different packages purpose. Okay, sudo with the apt. Apt command is used to work with the different packages in the Linux system. We can install packages using apt-get command. Suppose if you want to install any packages, because when you start with the Linux, it all comes with the basic. I think in Python, best example I have given you, when you start a basic will be common. Okay, for data science, Python does not support, right? For data science, only basic Python does not support. You have to install some libraries, correct? So what are those libraries? Huh? Scikit-learn is there, Panda is there, NumPy is there. These are all because basic it doesn't know how to create data frame. Python doesn't know, but when you have to, for that you have to install a pandas. Okay, so same thing. Whenever you get a Linux here, you will get a basic only. But top of that, some additional packages if you want to install, you can install. Okay, because of Linux is an open source, you will get it. There's no constraint as such. But when you go to Unix and you bought a Unix operating system and later you new feature has come. Okay, a new feature you want to install now, you will not get. Again, you have to go to vendor and buy it, or they may give with the lower cost and all. But here is not the case. If you take it, it will take it from the net and install it with the apt command. Okay, so now you can see that suppose I want to install JED. Okay, what is that? JED. So what is sudo? Sudo means what for sudo is used? To make as a administrator. You install, because otherwise regular user do not have privilege. I think simple na that suppose when you use any here you run as a administrator use, right? Whenever you are running this any command here, Unix, where is that here? Okay, whenever suppose if I want to run here, I'll here run as a administrator, you will get it here. Okay, means you are using admin privileges to run it. In the same way, here also you are using this one sudo for making it as an administrator. Okay, sudo apt install JED means now you are installing JED package as a sudo user administrator. Okay, so that's what, let us see, try to install it here. Okay, sudo apt get install JED. I think this JED is not here. JED means JDK. JDK package. I think some packages are also required here. It required, I think some sudo install invalid flag install. Okay. So you can say that sudo apt-get install JED, you will get this kind of what a message in down. Now, if you want to know host name, like I think in Windows and all, how do you do it? Like for example, if I use a command line here, okay, suppose if I want to use a host name, okay, here what I do in window, you type a host name, right? Okay, this is my host name. Okay, same way here also, I can use a host name here. Host name. So host name is a local admin, local host. To know the host name of this machine, okay, you can use a host name. How do you know the IP address? Suppose I want to know the IP address of this machine. In Windows, how do you know? In Windows, how do you know IP address of this machine? So for example, if I want to know this is a window. I want to know the IP address of this machine. What I do, IP config. Okay, this is IP address. IP config for Windows. But in Linux, IF config. IF config. When I use IF config, okay. When I use a IF config, automatically I will get the IP address of this machine. IP config in Windows, IF config in Linux. Usually this is required. Whenever you want to do anything, I want to know what is as a network administrator, they use it. I want to know IP address of this machine. IF config, if you type it, you will come to know the configuration of this machine. IP address of this machine. Okay, because some of the commands which are not here I have taught, because it's not, I'm not sticking to this PPT. Because some commands are, whatever I taught is not there here. Okay, so host name, if you want to know the host name, you can use host name. And that's what IP address, protocol IP address. If you want to just check it, you can just check the IP. Suppose if, especially in the network scenario, okay, I have connected with multiple networks. Now I want to ping to this machine. Okay, whether I am going to connect with this machine or not, how do you know? Usually we use a ping command. Ping. Okay, if you use just simple ping command, it pings everything. Sorry, now if I use a ping here, it's ping, P-I-N-G. It has so many other options are there. Ping here also it works. In Windows also it works. Ping command. Ping is specified about host until you stop. Means suppose I want to ping to this machine. Okay, I should know that machine name. Okay, ping that machine. Whether I am having connectivity between this machine or not that machine, I can use a ping that machine name. I can ping this. So here, ping also, I don't have machine name. Otherwise, if I have machine name, I can use a ping. Now here in this example, what they have given, they want to ping google.com. That server itself, they want to ping. But here I don't think whether you can do it. Ping google.com, because this is a virtual machine. It's not connected to network. But still network, let us see that, yeah, it is trying to ping. Okay. So this way, what it does, you are trying to, okay, because this is not connected to this machine, let us try here. In this case, in the Windows, I'm trying ping Google, because this is network connected to network. Host machine is, because my laptop is connected to network, but within that I have one virtual machine that's not connected to the network. Okay, ping google.com. Okay, you can see that. Reply from this. Okay, ping statistics so and so machine. So it's a ping here, but here is not that. He's trying to ping now only, trying to search. Because of it's not connected to any network, it doesn't. So here it has connected to network, immediately you will get it. Okay, reply from this machine. This is a machine. Okay, Google server IP address. Okay, so it's now, but this will not be, because it's not connected to a network. There's a ping command can be used to ping server or ping any host machine. Okay, so now one more command is there here, SSH. Okay, SSH means secured connection. Okay, now SSH usually we use with the putty. Putty is one command is there. Now I want to connect through secured mode. We use SSH mode. For example, a SSH is a command. MAC, okay, is actually a domain name, right? Domain name connected to this IP address. Connected to this IP address. So here we use SSH command to make the connection to a remote Linux system. Example, if I create a virtual machine in cloud. Okay, cloud. Now I want to connect from here. Okay, we use SSH because that is remote machine. Okay, you might be created in Australia or Europe or wherever, but I want to connect that machine from here. So you have to use through the SSH. Okay, SSH and your exact host name or IP address of that machine. If you use IP address of that machine, so you can connect it to that host machine. You can connect it to that host machine using SSH. I don't know whether this IP address is there or not, but I have to use it properly. SSH and account. This is a username belongs to this user, this particular IP address. Okay, SSH is being used. Now, change owner already, change mode we have seen, right? Change mode means changing. What for change mode is used? Change mode, what for it is used? Changing the what? What changing the name? Change mode. What for you are used? Change mode was used for basically change the permissions. We have given 777 u plus something something we used now. The same way, if I want to change the owner, okay, now there is a owner like Gaurav is a one user. I want to change from Gaurav to data name. There should be user here. Okay, if I want to change owner from one owner to another owner, as an administrator, I can change owner. So I can use CHOWN, change owner, Gaurav to this one. So we can just see that CHON. What's the comments? CHOWN. Okay, now I have to give my existing user. I hope training is a user. I should have other user also. Training and training one. So I don't have user, that's what, otherwise I can, because this training it might be there, but training one might not be there. Sudo here, because you can just see here, training one user is not there. If I create a new user, and if I want to change from one user to another user, okay, I can change owner, I can do it. Okay, curl is a one command which you can use for like usually whenever I want to transfer a data, okay, transfer data from one server to another server, we use a curl, but you have to install that package. Okay, here install curl first. Curl is a command line tool to transfer data from a server. Like suppose when I want to copy file from here to here, transferring data from one server to another server, okay, we can use a curl statement. But curl you have to is a tool actually. It's not a command. It's a utility. Okay, first we have to install that utility. Then only we can use it. Suppose if you use this sudo ept, let us try to install curl whether if it's not installed here. Okay, when I try to install this command, okay, so invalid flag install. What is that command here? I'm not able to install here because maybe privileges and all. The OPT tool and its associated API are planned to be removed. The next major JDK release, these features have been surfaced by JavaC and standardized annotation API. Okay, I think it may not be here. Okay, first, but this curl is a package which you can use to migrate or transfer data from one server to another server. And because when you use a curl, like for example here you can say curl from this server data I want to copy into here. Okay, anyway you know that greater than. Okay, the curl is a package which you use to transfer data. So you can transfer data from here and pass it to another file. Curl is used. I think it's at 3 o'clock. So some of them are already covered here. I need another 30 minutes to complete. Okay. Okay. What do you want to do? What time you have this one? You want to prepare for that or what is? Okay. Okay. Okay, then. So tomorrow, what time we have to start? What time? Huh?
क्लास कौन सा इनके रहेगा वो हिसाब से वो देखेंगे।
अच्छा
तो मैम से बात करेंगे।
ओके
हमने शाम से बात करेंगे।
Okay, no problem. So I need 30 minutes here only, not more than that. Okay, another 30 minutes if I need, I will complete this part. But when do you practice?
Yeah, that's good.
Otherwise it will become a Ramayana. हम बोलते रहेंगे, आप लोग सुनते रहेंगे, बाहर जाने के बाद पता नहीं क्या डॉक्टर देसाई टीच किया. हाँ, before that let me tell you that suppose now you have already software, right? That this is the what you have taken.
Yes, sir. How to
Okay,
install?
yeah, I will tell you. This is what you download this. This is the what package you have downloaded.
Yeah.
Okay, then along with that, what you can do that you can go to a Google. Okay, when you go to Google, just type what is that here? Type VM player. VM player. PLAYER. For Window 10. Okay, VM player by Window 10 for Window 10. So when you type it, here you will come to know that VM player here, workstation player. Click on this. Okay, you can just download. Okay, try workstation player for Windows. Okay, when you click on this, the one for Linux, one for Unix, Windows. Now you install here that Windows. Okay, so here you can see that download now. You just
Can you
download.
tell someone to send me the Google Drive link?
Once you install it, you will get like this. Okay, right. So now you can, when you installation, it will ask you that do you want to make it as a shortcut menu and all. Okay, you make it shortcut menu on desktop, you will get like this. And anyway, you make one folder. Okay, keep that whatever you have copied now, you keep in that folder and unzip it. Okay, extract all, whatever, unzip that file. Okay, once you unzip it, you will get like this. One folder you will get, within that you will get all those things. In the beginning, you get only few files, only this and one or two you will get it. Don't worry, because this is already running. Its log file is also kept. Sorry, log file is also kept here. Okay, simply you will find only this file majorly. Okay, it's very easy. What you do that you double click on this. Okay, when you double click on this, you will get like this. Okay, you will get like this. Simply what you do that you go to open virtual machine. Click on virtual machine. You go to that folder where you extracted. Okay, you will get like this VMX machine. Just click on open. When you open, automatically you will get like this. Straight away you will get like this. You will get it. Okay, now you want to practice for Linux. Okay, double click on terminal. That's all. You can do all practice here. Whatever you can type it, you can type here.
So,
okay, all
so
practice here.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me, guys.
Can you please tell someone to put the Google Drive link on WhatsApp?
No, that one some of your friends will tell. I have that.
Who should I ask, sir?
Sorry?
Who should I ask? What's his name?
Yeah, who is going to share the link for other team? Google Drive link.
Yeah, I will share it on once that is uploaded, sir. We'll do it by link.
Acha.
The file is already uploaded.
Yeah, but they are telling by evening they will do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. I'm good.
Did you get everything whatever we taught?
Yes, sir. I got it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I think now class is over because these participants have actually a mock session. So they are saying that they want to prepare for that. So tomorrow
are we going to have a class tomorrow?
Yeah, of course we have tomorrow.
Okay.
I need another 30 minutes to complete this Linux, not more than that. Okay, and remaining hours I will start with the big data.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so big data again you will come back to Unix that time.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, then. So guys, tomorrow I will discuss with Utkarsh and I'll decide the time. And once I have decided, preferably morning, I try to do that. So not definitely before 8:30. No, because tomorrow I run long run actually. We have a long run. Okay, so then we'll I'll just discuss around 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Okay, we'll complete start 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2 o'clock we can finish it. Okay, खाना खाने को छोड़ेंगे, not a problem. So today's and tomorrow's both I will cover both that part. Okay, this and that I will cover today. Okay, guys, thank you. They will put your time and we'll join accordingly.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
सर सर आपने जो फाइल दी है 30 GB सर वो क्या है, कभी जो सॉफ्टवेयर डाउनलोड किया